All right, hello out there, YouTube. What's going on, everyone? It is D-Dunn here. I am the Average Gaming Dad. Hope you guys are having a good day. Early in the week, in time to play some White Sox rebuild. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. As always, we'll do a quick recap, and then we actually have a lot to cover. I hope that we should be able to get through everything. But let's kind of go over, we'll do a quick recap of what we did last stream. We're going to player lock with some of our top prospects, get a feel for, what we're looking at for the future of the org. We have the draft and the trade deadline. And then hopefully a full game or two at the MLB level. So last time, we're need to improve the team. Obviously, it's not like NFL where you can trade, draft capital, can't trade draft picks or anything like that. So it's really just the players you have on your roster. You have your veterans that you can trade based off their past performance, and then you can trade prospects based off what you think their performance will be. The problem is we don't have many veterans that have been high performing, but we'll look through the roster. We'll probably set our trade block at the end of this month. So we have that. But we did make a trade. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. If we go to transactions, completed, White Sox. So we acquired right fielder Rick Oliver from the Giants in exchange for starting pitcher Davis Martin, who would have been like a top 10, top 8 starting pitcher on their roster. And they get maybe a long reliever that can eat innings, potential starter. He's relatively young, just didn't perform for us. We also traded veterans Austin Slater and Connor Joe, so they give up a prospect. They get 2 MLB ready outfielders plus an MLB ready starting pitcher. Felt like a decent enough trade there. And the reason we acquired this player is because the dude should be able to get hits and be able to get on base, which is something that we really struggle with. He's only 18 years old and only a 64 overall, around a 75 potential. But we're starting him, right? Like, we got to make some moves. We're not in a position where we can just sit for the next 5 years and wait for our draft picks to develop. We need some guys to break out. Obviously, defense is a little bit of a liability. And so we're going to slap him in left field, where he doesn't have to throw it very far. And kind of hope for the best. The thing is, we really struggle with contact versus righties. He's at 18 years old. He has 80 contact versus righties. He also has incredible vision, discipline, and clutch for an 18-year-old. So our hope is that he will be our new leadoff man. He's going to draw walks. He's going to get hits. He has decent enough speed at 63. Maybe he steals a couple bags, but should be an improvement over anyone that we have, I think. I hope. Does he have a top ceiling? Is he going to be an all-star? Probably not, but he's probably going to be someone that is like the quintessential leadoff hitter for us, hopefully, of the future. So we'll see how that goes. He also performs better in the 9th inning, or later. I didn't even look at the quirks, but that'll be really nice. So we'll see. So we adjusted our lineups. He's now our leadoff bat. We also went to our statistics and looked at, basically, this is organized since we have Jazz is leading the way with 9 home runs. And I think we'll actually probably switch those two, which is good, right? He's finally on fire. He can't hit lefties to save his life, so he's actually on the bench versus lefties. But yeah, Rick Oliver is our new leadoff bat, and basically the rest of it is just organized by on-base percentage, right? We just need to get sequential guys on base, and hopefully that will accumulate in some more runs. So there's that. There's what we did. And we're going to step away from the MLB for a little bit. And also, just before I dig into actual gameplay, I do want to say I have an outside engagement. We're selling like a bed, our guest bed. So someone will be by in probably an hour or so to pick it up. So I will take a quick, probably 5 or 10 minute break to help them load the bed, and I'll be back on. So, but anyway, I digress. So let's look at our top prospects and see who we can lock in with. Obviously, we have some guys that are in single A, double A, triple A, whatever. But I think we'll probably highlight these 3 pitchers. Maybe the shortstop J.J. Weatherholt, we acquired from the Cardinals a year or 2 ago. We got a ton of guys down here in double A. Not many at AAA. So that just kind of tells you like why we're looking for guys now that can play, is because otherwise we won't have MLB players for the next 3 to 5 years. With that, let's go ahead and hop into a AA match with Manuel Mitre, the 21-year-old lefty down in AA, having an insane year, which also leads me to believe he is probably not in the rotation, and he is not. We have an opportunity here to alleviate someone of their duties, and it should probably be Luis Lugo, who is only a 62 overall and is not performing well. So move these guys up. Man, our AA rotation is shredding right now. Holy cow. All right, so let's go down to the calendar. Let's look for a Manuel Mitre start just a day from now. We're going to hop in here, facing off against the Trash Pandas. Yeah, look at the Barons, 33-19, most likely on the back of this excellent pitching staff. And we are going to get a first look at Manuel Mitre. I believe we drafted him last year or maybe 2 years ago. Always like doing these, kind of get a feel for what's coming down the pipeline. Let's see what we got. Little get me over curveball, just catches the bottom of the zone. But Manuel Mitre, drafted in 2026. So actually, year 2 of the rebuild. Yeah, so that was last year, I believe. Pretty even across the board. Decent velo, good stamina. There's nothing really crazy about him, right? There's nothing crazy. So we're just kind of hoping he develops.
That's a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Has decent potential. And he gives up a leadoff single to Josh Klein. Cutter maybe just a little bit too much of the zone. But I do like Cutter's in. It's a difficult pitch to do anything with.
Off the plate. Ball 2.
And then maybe we mix in with like a front door slider.
2 balls, 1 strike.
We can also go front door on the cutter. It's just nice, like a power cutter. Like honestly, a cutter at 95 is pretty nasty. Good snag on a line there from second. And a quick out, runners unable to advance.
Nope, that's a ball.
So obviously we need to work on the control a little bit. We've missed But for the most part,
Ball! That pitch is out.
we've hit our spots fairly well. We might have an opportunity to double play. There's one. And a good throw to first. We get through the inning. Only one hit allowed. That's a nice start. That's a nice start. This is really his first full start because he's been coming out of the pin in relief. And I'm really curious how this cutter curveball is going to work. And I think we're going to see that here. We go up. Up and in with the cutter. Change up away. I like his stuff. I like his pitch mix. Wow, that curveball has some life to it. That thing just fell off the table. All right, runner on first. We finally, I feel like it's been mostly lefty-righty. Another good defensive play by our second baseman. But this whole lineup is just all righties. So in theory, that puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Ball, one strike. That's ball two.
I would love to see a strikeout. In fact, I don't know if, I think we've had one and it was a swing and miss on a changeup. I think 95, we can still elevate this cutter. And that got him. Second K. Okay. Cole Fontanelli. What a name.
Ball.
So, Mitre, one of the top prospects in our organization, is getting pretty close to MLB ready at a 71 overall.
Ball two.
Looks like he's probably questioning the umpire there on that call, rolling his eyes a little bit. See if we can raise the eye level again. Get a strikeout on a high cutter. Missed a little bit.
I got 3 and 2.
I mean, so far we really haven't missed big on anything, and we haven't really had too many mistake pitches. But I think this changeup could be good. I like the shape of it. Barely makes contact. We haven't really shown we've been pitching a lot down. Let's try and punch out up and inside with the cutter. And they're going to call it. Feels like a pretty generous call there. Let's see what the umpire saw. I don't know. I guess if you went to the review like they had in spring training, I think that technically would have been ruled a strike. as part of the ball did just clip the zone. But a very close call. Wow. That cutter had some movement. And a whiff on the slider. I think lefty-lefty is going to be so hard for these guys because they're going to get nothing that looks like it starts in the zone. Right? Like if you imagine you're a lefty batter, that cutter is going to come from inside the plate and then bend for a strike, and then a slider probably starts out looking like it's going to be a strike and then bends outside the zone.
Ball one. Ball one, no strikes.
So this is nice. This is nice. It's rare that a pitcher doesn't at least have a two-seamer or a four-seamer. But a nice strong power cutter with some good movement. Kind of Paul Skeens-esque. Instead of a slider, he's got a sweeper. Instead of the cutter, he uses a two-seamer, I believe. And that one is going to be snagged over the railing. So we've seen some good defense. Tristan Gray, first base, reaching over, defying the laws of physics to make that catch. His arm just right through the bar. No problem. Elite. Absolute dot. Oh my goodness. But look at this. We finally get some run support, and that's not a strike. And that's not a strike, though. Make that one make sense. All right. I think that's our second, third hit given up so far in this game. A couple hits through 4 innings. Not too bad at all. Obviously, yet to allow a run. And we're going to be pitching for the double play here. Especially down 0-2. We can try and get a slider low in the zone, although that one is absolutely rifled down the third baseline. But foul. And then that cutter turned on, but caught short of the warning track. And that will hold the runner at first. So still a good outcome. We can still pitch for the double play. Just try and keep this low in the zone.
One's the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
Is that Ketchup? Caleb Ketchup? What a name. I'm trying so hard to think of a ketchup pun, but my dad jokes are failing me at the moment. Something with tapping the bottle, I don't know.
Yeah.
But back-to-back strikeouts for Mitre. Quickly find ourselves in an 0-2 count ahead. What are we going to try and wipe this kid out with? We're not really elevating the cutter very well. Ooh, that one slapped. Good play at second. Easy out. We go on to the 5th. All right, still 2 runs for our Birmingham offense. But Mitre still absolutely dealing. Confidence sky high. Still has tons of energy. I mean, still running that cutter up to 96 is phenomenal. How many pitches are we at? We're only at 61 pitches.
One. Nope, that's foul.
Feels pretty good. We've only seen a couple full counts. We haven't really seen many batters go really deep into counts.
3.
And another K. I think that's 5 or 6 now. Mitre is dealing.
That's a ball. 1-0.
Ooh, that one hit pretty hard. But I think that's just going to be an easy fly ball for the center fielder. Maybe not that easy, having to reach out with one hand and glove that, but that's fine. Only 3 hits so far for the Trash Pandas. And no runs, obviously. Curious to see how far we'll go as we're now working in the 6th. See if we can try and just pound these cold zones. Maybe not leave that one so center of the plate. Again, one of the very few lefty batters that we see in this lineup. Now, last time we took him cutter, slider. This time we're going to go cutter. And he's ready for it. And our center fielder with a little bit of a catching error. Throw in is not in time. Appreciate the effort. Appreciate the effort out in center, but would rather just field that on a hop. Would probably limit the double, but I love the effort. So our first base runner in just a few innings. Ooh, and that one hit very hard. Not as hard as I thought. Elevated, but didn't get that deep. I mean, this is a very hitter-friendly park down here in the minors. You gotta have some serious power to elevate one of these out of the park. That one felt like it came pretty hard. 95 off the bat, off the wall. Played off the hop. That's going to be the first run scored for the Trash Pandas. Off of a double from Austin Gauthier. And that one was off the plate. To me, that just feels really lucky, if anything. Cutter inside off the plate, just turned on and elevated.
Nope, ball 1. 1-1.
And that happens. Sometimes you deliver a good pitch, you get a bad swing, and it still works out for him. That is the sport of baseball.
Ball.
I feel like we say it a lot, but sometimes it just does come down to some luck.
Ball inside.
1-1.
That'll be out number 3. Mitre gets through 6. I think we're floating around 80 pitches right now with our young AA stud. Only a 1-run lead. I would love to see some more offense out of our guys. We don't get any. Running low. Starting to run low on energy here. So we'll see how much longer we can last.
That's a ball.
But it looks like we're probably good to go. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. What a swing and miss. I think we might get close to double-digit strikeouts. I'm not sure where we're at right now. I want to say we're probably close to 8 or 9.
Ball one.
We'll pop up there. No problem for the shortstop. You don't know what happened to the Orioles? I don't know either.
Hey. No balls, 2 strikes.
Get that change up a little bit lower, and I think we have a strikeout.
1-1-1.
It is elevated. First baseman's going to glove it and cover first himself. We're at a solid start. We'll see if we make it to the 8th. I wouldn't be surprised if they pull us. Just for stamina. But we'll see. And we are relieved by Sim Roberts. And it looks like we are going to win it. I saw a solo home run by the Trash Pandas, so we must have scored again. We scored a lot. We scored 3 in the 8th. Very nice. Mitre wins player of the game, goes 7 full innings, only allows 5 hits and 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts on the line. His first full start. Good one. Really happy to see that. All right. Let's look at the top prospects. So Mitre falls, I think he's in the top 50-ish. Am I a liar? Close. 54. So we do have 2 guys in the top 50 at least, but both are in single A. Art Harrington. And Jim Slade. Who we started at double A. He was regressing, so we moved him back to single A. All right. Forgot to look at who our next. I got distracted there. My ADH brain is going crazy. All right, next, also at double A, is Hagen Smith. Actually, probably the most ready for MLB. He's 23 years old. He's a 75 overall. And pitching phenomenal. 2.61 ERA, 1.24 whip, and a WAR of 1.7. All right, let's find a Hagen Smith start. Looks like it'll be this Saturday. Let's run another one. Wow, that's a lot of cold batters. What is it with this team? Both minor league and major league. No one can seem to hit. It's good that Jazz is finally turning it around a little bit. He's finally getting his average up a little bit, hitting for a little bit of power. But Is he hitting for $25 million a year? I don't know. But when you're a trash team like the White Sox, so dunking on my own players, you got to overpay in free agency. Anyway, Hagen Smith, another lefty, 6'3", 225, an absolute unit, has a really nice K per 9 for AA, 74. The rest is pretty mediocre. Pretty good velo on his pitches. And then has a slider and a splitter off of that. Start off with the basics. Throw a four-seamer for a strike.
Aye. No balls, 2 strikes.
Ooh, that one rifled out to left, but caught. Yeah, we're going to need to locate a little bit better than that. Technically, that is an absolute dot. Just catches the zone.
That's a ball. 1 ball,
And
1
so
strike.
far, nothing but fastballs. Mix it up with the two-seamer. Get a nice, easy ground ball. Second bases. We've seen him between last game and this game making some great plays. But, I mean, we're looking at guys that are hitting just over 200. We have a great K rate.
Aye. 0-2.
So we're going to just... We're going to try and challenge batters, try and get some strikeouts. Doesn't pay off there. The slider gets poked back up the middle for a single. Not too poorly located.
0-1.
Now facing off against CashApp, man. What a name.
Mine.
Easy pop up there. Okay. Hello.
Ball. Ball 1, no
You
strike.
can't see. There's a doggo trying to climb up in my lap. Yeah, it was a good girl.
Ball 2.
Oh, thank you. Ow, 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 ow. You don't have to claw. Get those claws back. That's little Luna. We're doing some dog sittings for some friends.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Came to say hi. Okay.
I got it.
We have seen a bit of swing and miss, but we have not seen
Ball, that's in.
a strikeout yet, I don't believe. And again, there's just not many lefties in this lineup.
Ball, that's out.
So we find ourselves in a situation where we don't have that ideal lefty-lefty matchup. Getting a feel for that splitter, though, although it hit pretty hard. Knocked down by short. Throw to first, not in time.
Nope. Ball 1.
Okay. Would... that's a outrageous call.
Aye. Aye.
That slider is outrageous. My goodness. Okay. Nice. There's the slider. That thing has some movement to it. I think that's his first K too. Another pop-up. No problem. All right, so we give up a base runner, but no runs. Pretty similar start, like we saw with Mitre. Just the K rate is high. I would just like to see it in action. As we face off against Anthony Skoll, hitting over 300. We get a nice lazy fly ball out into left on the slider. So the slider seems good. The splitter seems good. The fastball is pretty strong. Maybe doesn't locate it at an elite level. But, you know, run it up to 97. There's a punch out. Klein goes down looking. I'm also enjoying these luscious locks from Hagen Smith. Oh my goodness. That fastball missed right down the middle. That's what I'm saying with the fastball. It's got good velo. Doesn't really seem to move a lot. But we not really locating it particularly well. The slider, on the other hand,
Ball 2.
has tons of movement. And we have located it rather well. So that one is going to get past for another single. Just catches the outside part of the plate and
That's a ball.
Poked into right field.
I got it.
Another fly ball out to right. Caught foul. He doesn't seem quite as in control as Mitre. But does have the higher overall, probably because of that, of the K per 9 rating.
Ball 1.
But is one of our top prospects in the organization, so.
Hey! I got a ball, 1 strike. Hey! 2.
Good swing and miss on that slider.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
All right. Little chopper. Again, I am expecting we're selling our guest bed to make room for the nursery. So someone's supposed to come today to pick that up. And should be within the next hour. Oh my goodness. That's a really bad misplay. This is a triple for sure. Is this going to be an inside the Parker with 66 speed? Almost. A lead-off triple here in the 4th. Big misplay from the right fielder there. Slider outside part of the plate. Just pokes it out and then misplays it. Falls on his face. Less than ideal.
Hey! Ball 1's the count.
Hold on one second. Amazon delivery there.
Ball. 1-1.
All right. We give up our first run. Yeah, I mean, the hit per 9 isn't great, but it's not bad. I think it's like 55, 57, which plays a double A. So I'm kind of surprised we're getting hit as much as we are, but we also have no offense. I mean, giving up 1 run so far through 3 1/3 is not awful, right? That's a 3 ERA. Just really need to find that put away pitch. Or maybe we just need to really put the slider off the plate. Got a really ugly swing there. Okay, I gotta see who's playing. William Bergola. Well, that explains it. He has great defensive stats for Double A. Defensively, he's MLB ready, right? The bat just needs to come a long way. But we have just seen him make play after play at the infield position. Would love to see his bat improve and get him up to the majors, because infield defense is not something we're great at. As we get out number 3 on a fly out to the foul zone territory. Still no run support. We're at 57 pitches through 4 complete innings. Definitely something to be desired with the control.
0-2 is the count. Ball, that's inside. Ball 2.
Maybe the splitter. Here we go. Wasn't really located particularly well, but we got a swing and miss. One of the few strikeouts of the day. Seems like Klein is willing to chase here out of the zone.
Ball 1.
Try to elevate. Can't get a swing and miss there. Try again.
3.
There we go. More of that. I want to see more swing and miss on the fastball.
Yeah. That's a ball. One ball, 2
Now,
strikes.
what do we follow this up with? When you get a swing and miss on a slider inside, apparently not the splitter, that thing hangs up too much. Hit on a line out to left. You need to bury that thing.
Nope.
And another easy pop-up. We get a lot of pop-ups. We get a lot of, on the fastball at least, it feels like it doesn't get hit very hard. but would love some run support. Pretty pleased with Sugar on top. We don't get it. I guess we didn't ask nice enough.
Ball one.
Got it.
Here we go. Another high fly ball.
No, inside.
Felt like he wanted to go for that slider.
Nope, that's off the plate. Ball two.
Can we do anything with this two-seamer?
Ball, that's down.
Maybe looking at a walk here. 3-0 count.
Nope, that's ball four.
And we don't get a
Big
call.
strike.
I mean, that's a clear strike. We just don't get the call, unfortunately. And we're going to get pulled. I feel like it's a little premature. But the Trash Pandas celebrate as they get a 2-1 win. Hagen Smith with the L goes 5 1/3, 6 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 1 earned run. Took a while, but we finally got a run across the board in the 9th. Could not tie it up. Okay. So we do have scouting, and then we'll probably do 1 or 2 more player prospects. All right, Scotty Salas looks pretty good. Why did Scotty Salas go from 8th to 18th is what I'm trying to figure out. Defensively, it looks really good. Like probably is a 65, 70 overall. And then hopefully that means he's like an 80, 85 potential. Okay. We also discovered 2 new infielders. First baseman Dino Sandoval, who looks basically the same. And second baseman Emil Valdez, who has terrible potential, but looks like he can actually hit the ball. Like, he looks good. It's just his potential looks really bad, which is really unfortunate. Because if he had higher potential, this is definitely a guy I think you would want to go for. So, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? That is the question at hand. So Scotty Salas, we like. What else do we need? Outfielder, I know we had. We looked at some shortstops that we liked. Vina looks pretty good. I still would like to get some more outfielders. We have Merced. He looks like he could also be really solid. Of course, we'll just kind of naturally scout pitchers through the process. Some guys in here, like, maybe he's good, but I watched some videos on scouting, and like you just kind of look at the present numbers and kind of gauge based off the lowest number. Like since those are so low, I assume that they're going to land probably in like the 30s or 40s, which puts them at like a 40, 50 overall. Doesn't really say anything to the potential, right? But need some help now. What about infielders? Cliff Sadicki, kind of the same thing. All right, well, I guess we'll just keep looking based off, top prospects here. Cliff Sadicki. Like this guy right here, right? Ray Zambrano. His power is down at 1 and 7. Like, more than likely, we scout him and his present ratings are going to be down like in the 20s. Maybe the 30s, which puts him, and you see, right? His overall starts at 30. That means he's likely going to be a very low overall to start. Just really hoping that we would have more players. And I'm starting to learn like contact skills are just so valuable. And we could look at some, position players down the board as well. Like Jamie Hunter. And it doesn't have to, I don't feel like they have to have, 90 plus potential, because the first draft that we had, there was only like, I don't know, maybe 5 guys in the whole draft who had A potential. Rich Ordonez might be actually pretty good. Take a look at him. But I like Scotty Salas. Maybe not the highest ceiling, maybe not the highest potential. But it looks like he's going to be a quality starter right away. Let's see what progress we've made on our starting pitching. We are at 11, 40, 20%, 40%, 20%. Okay. 2 new infield prospects. So I think we'll keep working there. Finalize that. So let's see. We lost the series versus Kansas City. Lost the series versus Pittsburgh. I mean, we scored 7 here, 11 here, 7, 6. Not awful for our team. Still really looking for that run production more than anything. It's really what we need. Okay. All right. Like I said, I think we're going to do probably 1 or 2 more prospect looks here. And why don't we look at Edgar Quero? Let's take on Cleanstones. The Cleanstones. What is a Cleanstone? I don't know. We're going to find out. We are going to player lock with Edgar Quero. Having a really good year. Is really close to MLB ready at 73 overall. Defensively, he's outrageous. 52 speed for a catcher is pretty good. But everything's progressing pretty well. Hitting 267, 784 on OPS, 10 home runs. It's pretty nice in a 1.7 WAR. So we're going to player lock with the catcher and see how we do. If I recall from last season's prospect spotlight where we player locked some guys. What a logo. We didn't play particularly well with him. And these position player guys typically go pretty quickly because it's just one or two defensive elements and then, a couple at-bats. And we will start at the plate, facing off against Owen Murphy. We got 2 on with no outs. And a fastball in on the hands. Little inside slider, but pop it up with good timing. Not a bad swing there. But ideally would like to be driving that. Now we're catching here. Oh, get under it. Elite defense. Actually, that play would actually be kind of cool to do in first person view, like if you're actually looking up at the ball. All right, 0 for 1 with the fly out. A fastball down the middle, good timing, and popped up. That's where we need the bat to come along. 49 contact versus right. We just can't get the barrel of the bat to the ball. And now here in the 6th, our 3rd at-bat. Facing off against Ray Kerr. His primary pitch is a 12-6. That's very interesting. We do have a 4-run lead. And Cuero is better versus lefties. Fell for that curveball. Quickly find ourselves 0-2. Four-seamer running away from us. Should have let that one go.
One and two.
Not bad. We're just a little bit behind that fastball. End up popping it up. Another pop-up. Okay. I tried to go first person to see what that looked like, and the ball flashed in front of our face. We make the catch. We're 0 for 3. Made contact. Haven't struck out yet. And we have had the zone filled up on us.
No ball. One strike.
Just behind that fastball. Okay.
Ball.
Check swing on that changeup low.
No, that's a ball.
Good eye there on the inside fastball. Misses the plate. Now ahead in the count. This is where we can start to hunt. Tough call.
Hey, nice
There we
man,
go.
nice piece.
Nice little single. Fastball down the middle. Hit it right back where it came from. We'll take that. Brian Ramos having a great year. 342. He was someone that I think we probably were going to write off in year 1, year 2 even. And then he just has been popping off in the minors. He got a potential upgrade. He's hitting the ball really well, and he's fairly young. He's actually someone that we can actually see in the MLB infield. All right. So there was Edgar Quero. We got a single. We got some good defensive plays, I guess you could say, off some pop-ups. Just going to shut down my work computer over here. All right, just getting a little antsy because, again, I know I mentioned it a few times, but just expecting we're selling our guest bed. And so someone's supposed to come and pick it up. So I'm just kind of waiting for the news. Is there anyone else any other top prospects that we want to take a look at in the organization? We got Jerpy, 73 overall. We got him from the Cards. He's pitching pretty well. Is pretty close to MLB ready. But I really want to look at Shannon Suggs. I think we have him DHing down in the minors. He's hitting 242. Just that on base is a little low. Slugging, it's a little low, right? But it's also his first year playing. Last year he was in single A. Not a ton of contact, but it's got some good pop in the bat. We could also look at JJ Weatherholt, but when I just see those offensive ratings, it's just not really exciting to play with. But, Suggs has some pop in the bat. So we'll do one more player lock with him, and then we'll go back up to the major league level and try and get a game or two in. Of course, we have the draft and all that. We are going to player lock with Shannon Suggs. He is DHing. Kind of tempted to go PCI hitting just for funsies, even though I haven't done it in probably a year now. Could be fun. Especially since it's just a DH. Why not? I make up my own rules. So we're going to go zone base hitting. Now, I'm probably going to be absolute ass at this. But I just figure, right, if we're just in the DH, might as well make it as good as possible. I'm trying to remember what I used.
2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
For like a strategy.
Ball 2.
I think we just kind of kept it like a little bit above center. Wow, big swing on the changeup though. And a big miss.
Hey, no one better here.
Yeah, wow, that was way down there.
Get up, ball, get up.
That one's barreled. But caught. I'm a lot more patient when I just do timing-based hitting. Let's try and lock in here. It's going to be probably our last at bat. We're looking for something.
Ball, that's out.
His hot zones are the outside part of the plate, but I'd rather just look for something grooved down the middle.
1-1.
But with a sinker, we're probably not going to get that. Probably something out here.
Yeah. 1 ball.
Wow,
2
we're
strikes.
too late on 92. And then we go down swinging on the sinker. Yep. All right, we're in extras now. No, bottom of the ninth. And I just like,
0-1's the
when
count.
I'm PCI hitting, I'm not really focusing on the pitch as much as I am just swinging. And it's like I said, I haven't done this in a year or so.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And I know like this is not the Zoom to do this in, right? But this is just for funsies.
Ball, that's off the plate. Three and 2. Ball.
All right.
Take your bait.
0 for 4 with a walk and some fly outs. Now, first time I saw that, I thought that meant that it was like an automatic pass ball,
Right guy, right place. Need you here.
but it's not. So we don't go. It is going to go to extras, but I don't know if we're going to get another at bat. Tough day at the plate for our boy. That's what happens when you try and do. Let's do one more just for funsies. I mean, he's just de-aging, so it's just hitting. And some fun, I guess, like practice or whatever. Like I said, haven't done PCI in, I think, a year or so, so we'll see. But, I mean, that's crush.
Get out, ball. Get out.
But not crush enough. 0 for 1 with the fly out. Pretty similar to what we had last time. See if we can hunt a high fastball. I think my strategy was just like to pick something based off the pitcher I was facing.
Fall in, fall in, fall in.
Nice, we get an RBI double. Probably could have gone for 3 there since they did the throw home. But I think that's the strategy when I was doing PCI based hitting, is like based off the pitcher, how they were pitching and their pitch selections, right? Like with a power fastball, I'm looking high up in the zone. I did not. Oh my God. What's happening? I do not know the base running controls. And I think I got force out. I'm really not sure. Oh. I was looking for a high fastball, and that's where the curveball will fool you. It does get me there.
Outside, that's a ball.
Damn. Just over the top of that curveball. If that thing was left up, too, that could have been really good. All right, now looking at slider, cutter. All those pitches are going to be away, so I'm going to be looking inside fastball. That one misses. That would have been one to hit. And see, I got to lay off that slider.
Ball, 2 strikes.
Fight off that one to protect. There's the cutter. Waiting for that inside fastball.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And we end up taking one down the middle. Damn it. Thought that was going to be the cutter. It was not. Oh, dogs, why are you going crazy? All right. Let's remember to turn our settings back. All right. I think that's good. I think that's good. We'll settle there. We saw some good pitching. We saw some not so great batting. Let's simulate to the rest of this. All right. We got a high leverage situation here. Oh, wait. Peterson has 2 home runs. They want us to make it 3. Are we going to hit 3 home runs with Jock? Probably not. But we're going to power swing and see what happens. Splitter, sinker, 12-6, sweeper, and cutter. So we're not going to get a straight fastball.
1-0.
Facing off against Mark Leiter Jr. And he's hit 2 home runs and we're down by 2. Not ideal. We do power swing. We get good timing on a curveball left up in the zone. But we don't get it. Yeah, Eder, wow. 3 1/3, 10 hits, and 6 earned runs. 4 home runs between Jock, Vargas, and Jazz. But, I mean, when you give up 6 earned in 3 innings, it's obviously not a great outcome. All right, we'll do our scouting. So Rich Ordonez falls a little bit. Does look like he's probably going to be in that like high 40s, high 50s, like mid 50s overall. So like if I understand this right, like if he is a 45 overall, then we get the lower potential, I think. I'm not too sure. Defense looks good, but probably not anyone too exciting. We did discover a new prospect, David Stone. The contact skills are good. The potential's not great. But I want to scout him anyway. I just want to test this, right? What are the chances that his potential goes up? Because his contact skills look amazing, and his defense looks good. So maybe we get a bump in that potential. It goes up. We'll see. Starting pitching, we're looking pretty good. 35, 54%. What region are we in? Central? So let's look at all the starting pitchers. East, International, East, East, International, International, East, International. All right, so why don't we go... International. We'll go back to that, work on that. I want to go back to the outfield. Maybe we'll do West. Typically, I don't think you find many players in the West, but we're going to try it. Just because we really need help in the outfield. We really need help in the outfield. We have some infielders that maybe we can hang on to for another season or two. But we don't have a lot of prospects. All right, so we get the series win over Tampa Bay and St. Louis. We're 5 games away from 500. The lineup is on fire. And our boy Rick Oliver is looking great as our leadoff. Only 5 strikeouts in his first 39 at-bats. His average is over 300. On base almost at 4. And an OPS over 800. He's got a couple stolen bases. He's fielding at 100%, and he's already at a .6 WAR through like a week. Stone is regressing because of his age, but hitting well. Jazz is kind of getting back on track. Can't hit lefties to save his life. Jock's hitting 274. Lennon Sosa 258. Rengifo is looking good. Would love to see that slug come up a bit more, but... And then Kyle Teal, struggling versus lefties. Our rookie superstar, who I was really hoping was going to pop off. I think maybe just got really excited with such a high overall. At such, a young age, 22, 75 overall. But the potential is, 95 or something like that. But he's crushing lefties. He just can't figure out righties for some reason. He's a switch hitter, so, that would kind of make sense, I guess, a little bit. And then Vargas, definitely a fall off from last year, but he is 35. And he is continually regressing. Wanted more out of Ruiz. That's for sure. We gave him the extension. He's still progressing, though. And he's only 28, right? He still has like 5-ish solid MLB years left. Just need him to be more consistent at the plate. And like Vaughn's a guy I think we're going to have to put on the trade block just because, like, what do we do with him? He only plays first base. He's the same overall as our rookie first baseman who is 6 years younger, and they have like the exact same stats. So what's the point? So I think Colson Montgomery again just came on strong at the end of the year last year, but need him to regress for not regress. Pitching, Cannon's going through a bit of a slump. Eder got shelled in his last game, so that's probably why. But Steve Wilson, I don't understand. I guess he's just given up a ton of home runs. 6 home runs in 31 innings. The whip is low. He's not walking. He's not giving up, I guess, a hit an inning, but he's just giving up too many home runs, I guess. But I guess I can send him down to AAA. Murph is doing good. TJ Antone is not. What's his story? Just giving up a ton of hits. Whip at 1.4. All right. Pache's looking decent, though. By decent, I actually mean pretty good. So, obviously, we're not going to be competing for a playoff spot. We're basically competing to hit 500. Like, that's our goal, because that's just kind of where we're at. So why don't we take this opportunity? We're a month and a half away from the trade deadline. Let's go ahead and set our trade block. I like our starting pitching. There's really no one I want to get rid of here. But relievers, Steve Wilson's really struggling. 32-70 overall. We'll put him on the block. Maybe we get something for him. And TJ Antone was phenomenal last year and just fell off the face of the earth this year. I don't know. He's just getting shelled. He's regressing. But 72 overall. He's 33. He's got a cheap 2-year, $4 million contract. Maybe he gets something. Maybe we get something for him. And then if they get traded, we'll bring up, I don't know, one of these guys. Okay. Matt Theis is 31. Maybe someone needs a catcher who can't hit the baseball. He's got elite defense. I mean, he truly does have elite defense. So some people will value that. At this point, we're not. Andrew Vaughn, he looks like a quality player, and he's only 28. Like, this is a player, if I'm someone like the Oakland Athletics, or Womp Womp, formerly Oakland, now Sacramento Athletics, or just the Athletics, I don't know. You look at his ratings, you got 2 more years of team control. This looks like a solid pickup. He just doesn't have a spot in our org, right? So he is gone. Well, at least we'll put him on the block. Renhefo, we signed him for the long haul. He's climbing back. Slow start, but we believe. Of course, Jazz isn't going anywhere, although, man, he got off to a slow start. Vargas, he's 35. He has another year of control, versatility. He's regressing. We might be able to turn him for something. Is he going to have a ton of value? No. But if we could get a C prospect, sure, why not? Why not? Jock, only a 1-year deal, but he's hitting well. This is a guy that should probably go to a winning organization and hit. Do we get anything for him, though? I don't know. But he's hitting well enough that a contending team might take him as a bench bat. It's just really because I want to be successful. But it's realistically, if he stays, are we going to re-sign him? Probably not. So we're robbing him of a chance to go be successful elsewhere. And Stone, kind of the same thing. But he was just sitting in free agency. Like, he didn't even make it through last year's free agency. The chance that someone's going to want him is very slim. So we'll just keep him. I think that will be it. So we got some old relievers. Like, it's not like they're bad. They're just not pitching well right now. A backup catcher, which many teams do need. A first baseman who has no place and is too good for AAA. Vargas, he's old, he's regressing, but again, a bench bat with versatility. Someone maybe hangs on to him for a year. And Jock Peterson, who is actually hitting well and might actually bring us some sort of value. And if we don't get any individual trades for these guys, what we'll probably do is look to
package them for some sort of prospect deal, or maybe an MLB ready player. We'll see, or someone that's on the fence, like maybe like a AAA player who's playing well. What do we need in return? Well, I would like to get some relief prospects if we can. A closer might actually not be that bad, and then probably the entirety of the outfield we need. Maybe a third baseman. No, I can't select that. Let's take off closing pitcher and let's put in third baseman. All right, so that's what we're hoping to get there.
All right, so our trade block is set. Don't really, I think, need to make any roster moves right now. We're not going to move anyone up or down until we get to the trade deadline. All right, I do want to play one full game at least one. So let's pick a game. And why don't we take on the Reds? I feel like we haven't played them much. And maybe once we've played them, we can see how we face against Ellie De La Cruz. Could be fun. Would not be fun facing off against any of these pitchers, but definitely not Hunter Green. But maybe Dana Funk. I have no idea who Dana Funk is. And Edder's in a cold slump. So we'll pitch with Edder again. I feel like we just pitched with him not too long ago, but there's only so many starters we have, right? He's in a funk. Maybe we can get him out of that funk. And right away, we have an offer from the Astros. They do want Vargas in exchange for Jose Azucar. That is a name I know. 30 years old, is actually hitting reasonably well. So we get someone 5 years younger who hits righties, which is something we do need. Great defense, which is also something we need. The discipline could be higher, but he's only hitting 143 in his last few at-bats. All right, so the next question we got, he's just cold right now. And he's got a cheap contract. Okay. Not bad. It's actually not a bad trade, but the next question we have to ask is, does it make sense? He has 200 at-bats, so he's definitely a starter. So who are they going to bring up instead? I guess they could bring Vargas out into the outfield. He plays outfield. He's hitting a little bit less, but he's better against lefties. They probably have Alvarez DHing. Where's his fielding percentage? He actually looks like he is playing the outfield, which is kind of crazy. They also have Jake Myers, who's a starter. Looks like they have Zach Cole, who they might bring up. A guy who's 4 years younger and the same overall. They also have Jordan Beck down here. They have a number of young guys. So this kind of makes sense. Sure. Who do they have at third base? Paredes. He's definitely not going to take over his spot. Vargas also plays second and short. Altuve is getting old as hell and not hitting well. So they do have a number of young guys in the outfield that they can replace Azokar with. That gives them versatility and a better bat versus lefties. Sure, we'll take that deal. We'll take that deal. So what does that mean for our lineup? Well, glad you asked. So now we basically have a outfielder between Julks and Azokar. One hits righties, one hits lefties. Right? So righties it'll be Azokar, but not at short. Sort of like if Andrew Vaughn just played third base, this would be amazing. I thought about just switching his secondary position to third, but that feels a little cheesy. So Azokar can only play left. Stone Garrett can only play outfield. Oliver can only play outfield. But Jazz can play third base. So it looks like that's going to be the move. So Renjifo's going to go to short. Jazz is going to go back to his natural position at second base. And then Azokar has, he has great defensive skills, so he's going to play center. That actually kind of works. And then versus lefties, it seems kind of weird having Stone on the bench, but he has 137 at-bats. He's not hitting lefties particularly well, but we may have to have him there. And I think maybe that's what we do, right? I think that's the easy thing. Jazz is hitting like 120 versus lefties. So oh, right, because it was a third baseman. So maybe it will be Jazz. Put Jazz in. He's going to play third. Or maybe we switch him and Renjifo, because Renjifo's not as fast. And then Jazz isn't really hitting lefties, but, we'll rock with it. Okay. I think that trade actually makes sense and it works out for us. Houston is 34. Wow, Houston is the same record as us. So, sucks he doesn't go to a contender, but they have a better shot at contending than we do, for sure. All right, so now we're going to take on Dana Funk and the Cincinnati Reds. Then we will do the rest of our scouting. We'll do the draft. Look at the trade deadline. Andrew Vaughn needs a rest. Oh. No. Andrew Vaughn should not come in at first because Villar is excelling at hitting lefties this year. Even though his average is only 216, we checked the splits. Dana Funk, dominant on the... He's got that cool slicked back hair. Got a stupid name. But has started 5 with a 2-0 record, 32 innings so far, with a .8 ERA and a .8 WHIP. That is a really good start. I can't lie about that. Eder has started 14 games, has pitched 70 innings to the tune of a 4.61 ERA and a 1.35 WHIP. I guess we'll see once we get to guess what his ratings are. All right, here we go. First pitch is a ball inside. Now, we have pitched with Eder before, and he's been very good for us.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Of course, user-controlled pitching. And, you know, what the CPU does are 2 different things. Nathaniel Lowe hitting 290. Andy Ibanez is hitting under 200. Not seeing a ton of craziness here. And you know, we'll just continue to do what our philosophy is for pitching. We're going to challenge in the zone early. And then kind of work from there. But step 1 is getting strike 1. And I will say, it will be really nice having some speed and athleticism on the infield from Jazz. That might actually... Is it going to make the difference between us making the playoffs and not? No. No, we're not a playoff team if Jazz is starting day 1 at second base. That's certainly not the case. But he's better than Rengifo playing second, who is just kind of slow. So I feel really good about that. All right, Dana Funk. funny name. The ratings, well, he's got a decent hit per 9. Walk rate's a little low, but higher than his Kane home run. Decent velo. It's no wonder why he's pitching so well. So all you really need to do is just have a high hit per 9, a high walk per 9, and usually you simulate pretty well. Our first look at Rick Oliver, switch hitting right fielder, finds himself 0-2.
Ball 1.
But hitting .310.
That's a ball.
Maybe not like an elite prospect, but someone I think we desperately needed.
Got him.
That's a really good sinker. Just catches the bottom of the zone. And there he is, Rick Oliver hitting .300. I mean, honestly, our lineup looks pretty good, except for Ruiz hitting under .200. Get on a fastball down the middle. Got plenty of carry and actually takes that one to the wall. That one carried a long way. Do we have some wind? Not headed out. Now it might seem weird having Jock
0-1.
hitting third versus lefties when that is his weaker side, I guess. Only 56 contact versus righties, but he has great clutch rating. So we just get wiped out on a sweeper there. So with runners on second or third, his contact shoots up, and he's just been hitting lefties this year. Like, we checked the splits. He's actually has one of the highest averages on the team versus lefties.
Ball. Down.
And Jolks, who we saw rob a home run in our last live stream, but can't get to that one. Obviously tough turning 2 with the speed of, and they're actually going to send Ellie home. Wow.
He's in there.
And there it is. I didn't think that they were going to send him all the way home with such a short throw, so I just hit the cutoff man, but Ellie obviously just blazing fast. And that's the benefit of speed. All right, now facing Ibanez, hitting under 200, has really good contact versus lefties, though. Does he just... Oh, okay, he just doesn't hit righties. So that's why his average is so low. Oliver is so slow to glove that. Holy. And Eder getting hit around a little bit. One already scored. I actually really want to elevate one here. There we go. And now we're just looking for a ground ball or something to get us out of this one.
Ball 2.
Oh my God. Hit pretty hard, but Ruiz should have it. And he does. But 3 runs in that inning, they get a run across. Let's see what we can do here with Rengifo. Swing right through a fastball.
0-1's the count.
Unbelievable. Like 99 contact, and we're swinging through fastballs down the middle. Make it make sense, please. Is it cold zones? Maybe. Versus righties up and in. But we're facing a lefty.
Ball, that's
What's his hot zone versus lefties?
outside.
Inside, everything else is cold. Alright. I don't know how that makes sense, but
Ball. 2-2 the count.
we're hanging in there. Outside fastball. I don't know, I've been trying to go contact swing, and like it works sometimes, but like we'll get plenty, like our timing increases a lot, but the output doesn't increase at all, you know? Just turns into a lot of lazy fly balls.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Like, I don't know if that's a vision thing or what. So we're going to try just doing our normal swing. See how that goes. But we're making good contact. Now, Villar has excelled at hitting lefties this year. I say that we get good timing on a fastball. I mean, it cannot be more down the middle. And this is where I have thought about changing the sliders, just because, like, I don't have a ton of control in the game. And when I have limited control that I do, and it's just like, just don't get anything when you do everything you're supposed to do. I don't really know what else to do. I don't want to change the difficulty because I don't want to just be sitting here like, I want to get difficult pitches.
No, that's a foul ball. No ball, 2 strikes. Nope.
So, I don't know.
He's out. Ball. 1-0.
This is looking like a pretty quick inning from Eder, which is nice after getting hit around quite a bit last inning. And there's our rookie, our 18-year-old, leading the team in average. I think he's actually leading the team in OPS, too, because he gets on base and he's fast enough to get doubles. Attaboy. That's what we have to do in Southside Chicago. You got to take a shot. Ruiz gets plunked in the ass. And now we got another rookie, Kyle Teal. Ruiz goes. Bad throw, though. He actually got a really late jump. Maybe not. It just looked like a late jump, but we got lucky. It was a bad throw. And that's what we need more of from Ruiz. Get on base. Get on base. Steal a base. And then get home.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Are we a little early on it? We are. 2-2. There we go. Kyle Teal drives one down the first base line. He's going to go for 2. Ruiz will score easily. And the game's tied. RBI double from Kyle Teal. And Jazz on the first pitch crushes one. 455 feet. A 2. 109 off the bat. Has struggled mightily versus lefties this year. We bring him back into the lineup after the trade. He delivers. Hits the Euro step home. A sweeper just left right in the middle of the zone. And a no-doubter. 455 feet is a long-ass way. Holy. I guess we got that clutch rating, right? 79 clutch.
Ball, that's upstairs.
So that clutch rating supersedes the hit rating when you have a runner on second or third.
1 strike.
Now 2-2. Got a good pitch to hit, but I think a little bit maybe out in front of that curveball. No, good timing, but that's when 27 power and you go contact swing, like you just don't have any power to drive that.
Ball, that's in.
Really good fastball. Just catches the bottom of the zone. That'll be a strikeout looking for Sosa. And Jock gets into this one. It's going to be caught, but still a nice swing. And damage done. hit by pitch, RBI double, RBI 2-run home run. Like, it's not that hard. Reds, 8 wins in their last 10 games. Have looked really good. And let's see if Eder can look good.
Ball.
He was really strong
Ball 1, no strikes.
in his first and third innings. Not so much in the second. Got hit around a little bit. Oh, run Eder. Oh, Eder's got no shot against 97 speed. Good job to deflect that one, I suppose. Almost hit him in the face. Frito flies out.
Ball 1. Counts 1-0.
Oh. Big miss on that fastball. Wow, and a great snag from Renito. Good stuff from the hot corner.
Ball, that's high.
Ooh, will Villar be able to get to this? Oh no, it's off the net. Just kidding. Oh, there it is. Ibanez goes down flailing at the inside cutter. Brutal. All right.
Ball 1.
Ooh. Early on 97 up and in. We're locked in.
Ball, that's inside.
Ooh, check swing. Did we go around? No. Good sweeper, though. Big full count. And we get that up and in fastball. Turn on it. But can't barrel it. Fly out to center.
One and one.
Okay. Actually looks like a pretty decent crowd, considering our record and being last in the division. But it's nice to see some fans here. They're not being very loud. Good timing.
1-0.
Our first year rookie.
Aye. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ooh, wow, that one was hit really hard. Just out in front. Go back to Cincinnati. Tough. Great pitch. I thought it was inside, obviously. We don't get it. All right. Into the 5th.
That's inside.
Now facing off against Spencer Steer.
Hey!
Oh, you love that cutter,
1 ball,
don't you?
1 strike. Ball 2. Hey! 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's going to get wiped out on the changeup 100%. Not wiped out, but some nice soft contact. Hey, buddy. Do you want to say hello to YouTube? Come here. Oh, there he is. Up, 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 up. There's a good boy. Look, look, look. That's you. You're on the screen. Good boy. All right, hop down. There's a pitch count. There's a pitch clock. I've forgotten about that a couple times. There's a good boy. I'm a weirdo. I love throwing curveballs for strikes.
No ball, 2 strikes. Hey!
Because you just get so many looks like that, so many ground balls. Obviously, if you leave it too far up, you get hammered into Narnia. Like that one is. Pretty good line from Ruiz there. But Lane Thomas is going to just casually trot into second.
Hey! Hey! 2.
All right, let's see if we can elevate it even further.
Ball 1.
Still takes. No play at home. All right, Reds get one back. I mean, that's just crazy that you made contact with that. All right, so Reds get one back. Close game. But we swung the bats well. Maybe we should just swing out of the zone more. Like, how does that stay fair? That's crazy.
Ball
Ruiz,
back outside.
get out from under there, please. Ruiz, who got on by getting hit by a pitch, stole a base,
That's out.
and then came around to score, is now back up here in the 5th.
Ball in.
And he's looking at 3-0. What? We're going to green light him.
Hey!
That's a little low. Like, we're not swinging unless we get something right down the middle. That one elevated, though, and driven. High and deep, out and to left, and gone. That's going to extend the average. You can put it on the board. Yes! Ruiz with his 5th homer. That thing was just driven on a line. And he has these flashes. And they're going to pull the pitcher. The funk is out. Now it's Brandon Williamson. Struggles a little bit against righties, hitting almost 300 against him. But now facing off against the lefty, Kyle Teal. Looks like that's why they brought him in. Kyle Teal, though, there's no way you can't ambush fastballs, right? In zone-based hitting. But Teal is going to hurt that average versus lefties as he's going to get on with his second double of the game. All smiles there. And Jazz, 2 home runs in his last at-bat. Good cutter.
Yep, that ball went out.
Ooh, that one hit hard. We were ready for it. But we whiff on the fastball. Late on it, really. Okay. Rick Oliver 0 for 2. Second on the team in OPS, which is crazy because he has no power. Just shows you how well he is able to get on base. Although, I mean, good timing.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Tough. Oh, man. Good sweeper. Ollie goes down swinging. And a sweeper left way up. Pushed opposite field into the glove. The outfielder, but Ruiz gets one back with that solo shot. 4 runs on 4 hits. That is efficiency. Ellie having a great day.
Ball,
2 for 2.
high. That's ball 2.
And Eder has actually been incredibly efficient.
Ball 3.
Although we may be looking at a walk here.
1 strike.
Don't want to groove him one.
That's ball 4. Take your base. Nope.
Real tough call there. Trying to get a little double play ball. It's really hard to double up Ellie, obviously.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball 2. 2-2 count.
But we got a good ball here. And we do. Jazz with a big arm. And a really tough double play on a really, really fast Ellie De La Cruz. The Reds are going to get one back. Jonah Heim just squeaks that one over the edge. I mean, that was a... Actually, that was a lot farther inside than I thought. He only has like 58 power, I think it said, so that's... Not like not outrageous because the corner outfields here are very short, but even that one's, I mean, it's in the zone, but close to the black. Like, that's a mistake pitch. That one should have been a home run.
No, he's safe. Inside ball. That's ball 3.
I mean, Eder is just pitching all around the zone, just not in it.
That's ball 4.
I mean, that's not ball 4, though. And we're just not getting rewarded with really close pitches.
That's a ball.
Fans here getting pretty frustrated. I don't know if they're getting frustrated with the umpire or the pitcher, but maybe a little bit of
Ball
both.
2. We got 2 balls, 1 strike. Hey, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And we get a pop-up. So the solo shot, but it shouldn't really kill us. We've been hitting the ball well today. Let's go to the bullpen, though. I don't think we got another inning left in us. It has given up 8 hits and 3 runs and 6. The hits is quite a bit. The runs, though, not so much. Looking ahead, we need to go righty for sure. So let's get... I mean, I like pitching with Steven Wilson, but the low home run, I guess, could be an issue, right? Let's go with Murphy. Schedule him in and get Victor Gonzalez warmed up just in case we switch to a lefty. It's going to be Jock versus Brandon Williamson. Ahead of the cutter, yep.
0-1. I got a ball, 1 strike. One ball.
Really? Very early? Okay.
3.
And then the sweeper just out in front of all of those. Early, early, early. Now we see a fastball. Change up, bottom of the zone. Okay.
Ball 1. Ball 1, no strikes.
Jokes has been a pretty pleasant surprise this year. He's kind of progressed. Could easily be a starter next year.
Out.
All right, we will bring Murph in.
Yeah. 0-1's the count. Hey. 0-2 is the count. Ball.
Oh, wow. Hit on a line, but what is wrong with the color? like really faded out when it zooms in on our players. I don't know why. Nice. Pop up on the sinker. This is what I don't understand. That pitch is like, what, 2 inches below the zone? No, that was actually left up. Okay.
Nope, that's a ball.
And you know, I gotta say, I'm also pleasantly surprised with Oliver in the outfield. He hasn't been extremely quick to the ball, but he hasn't been like abysmal.
Ball one. Counts 1-0. Ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hey. Three and 2.
Wow. Ellie with a remarkable patient at bat. Something he's not known for.
Nope, that's ball 4.
Oh, it's not ball 4 though. I mean, that's just a beautifully located pitch. And Murphy can... Oh my God, Britt. Murphy can just not keep the sinker down.
Hey! No ball, 2 strikes.
We're going to try and really push it low, and it hangs up again, but luckily it's a ground ball right through an EPO. Stop. Stop. Got the dogs. All right, bottom of the 7th, only a 1-run game. We've had more offensive production than what we're used to seeing.
Ball 1.
But we need to give our guys a little bit more cushion.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Speaking of which, let's go to the pen. Let's see, righty, yeah, righty's going to be the play again. We're going to get Antone. Actually, yeah. Let's get Antone warmed up and scheduled in. Good sinker. Follows up with a change up in the same spot. It just looks like the same pitch. It's just like 5 miles an hour slower.
Ball, that's down.
That one a little dribbler.
Got him.
Teal, though, 2 for 2 today with 2 doubles. Like, absolutely phenomenal pitch. Absolutely a strike. Let's just be a little bit more consistent behind the plate, Mr. Umpire. That would be ideal.
Oh.
Teal grounds out. They're showing the solo shot from Heim. That would be impactful here, as he almost does it again. .58 contact, 58 power. Almost turns on another one. Try and bury a sinker. Somehow he elevates it still. That is crazy. Ruiz under it easily, though.
Ball, that's low.
Now, Ibanez cannot hit righties. So we are going to challenge him firmly in the zone.
That's ball 2. 2-1.
I mean, that one's closer, but we're getting shafted on some of these close calls. And Ibanez, 57 vision, 45 contact is just making contact with everything. I mean, that was a bit of a miss. I'll grant that. Try and climb the ladder with the fastball here. Finally got a swing and miss.
No balls, 2 strikes.
And a little chopper.
Safe.
But he's safe. What is wrong with the color? Everything's super faded on our players. I mean, it seems like he got a good jump. Just maybe not enough arm behind it. I'm not sure. And they're going to pitch hit Matt Wallner. Can't hit lefties, though. So now we'll go to the pin. We're going to put in Gonzalez.
Yeah. Hey, 0-2 is the count.
How do you make contact with that, bro? It's like 6 inches outside the plate. 26 vision, 47 contact. And you're still making contact with that? What's his clutch is 83, though. But there's not a runner on second. Unbelievable.
Runner!
One
And the
ball.
runner, Teal. Decent throw, and they got him. Absolutely hosed. Do not run on Kyle Teal. That was a really close play. That might have actually just been a bad call. All right. They move to another lefty out of the pin against Jazz.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike. Nope.
Good eye. Okay. It's all right.
I got 3 and 2.
Nice patient at bat from Jazz. I mean, Alex Young locating that sinker pretty well.
Nope. Ball 4.
Ooh, tough call. That thing just catches the zone, but the call goes in our favor. Now, Rick Oliver, 0 for 3. And they slide step, anticipating steal by Jazz.
Ball, that's out.
Wow. Big swing and miss, but that should advance Jazz over to second. No, they don't send him. We had good timing on that curveball. Check swing, you're telling me? Oh my God. Can I not see the replay? I guess not.
No, he's in.
Runner! Runner!
There we go. Jazz steals easily, but we do give up the strike.
Ball.
Good rip there on the curve. It's a little bit late. Yeah, 97 break. I can feel that. His pitches move crazy. Stay fair. It is fair. And Jock goes for 2. Wow. RBI double for Jock. Somehow keeps this one fair. Like, that had to have just caught the line. Watching the shadow. Yeah. I think it did just catch the line. A little bit of luck there as they're gonna walk Renifo and give us Jolks. 64 clutch. I guess, yeah, Renifo has like 90 something, 80 something clutch.
1-0.
And they're gonna send the runners to throw to third, not in time. Jules could blow this game wide open. A single could score 2. I don't think we've seen a fastball yet. It's been nothing but sinkers, nothing but curveballs and changeups.
2 balls, 1 strike.
This has been almost, I think, a 30-pitch inning for Alex Young. I think this is his only inning worth of work. Changeup is so nasty, dude.
2-2 the count.
And a little blooper out to left, but foul. Sinker left way up, and we're out in front of it.
Count is 3-2.
Oh my gosh, if we get a walk here and Villar hitting 294 with runners in scoring position. My God, we've seen so many of those just fall under the zone, and that one just catches. Maybe we should have, swung to protect there, but I thought it was a really good patient at bat. And we've seen those call for balls numerous times throughout the game. And now we're going to bring in Pache. I think at one point was leading the league in saves, a 2.79 ERA. I mean, 19 saves out of 21 opportunities. Pretty good stuff from the lefty. And it's going to be a 1 pitch out to start. Three-pitch strikeout. I hope they show the... Oh, I wanted them to show the StatCast cam. I mean, those were just 3 absolute dots. All these batters are just seem like they're just taking all the way. Can't get him on the slide piece. Let's go up on the fastball. Swing and miss. How about the 2-seamer low and away? Fouled off. Let's run that 4-seamer back inside. Close. We cannot walk him. A solo shot actually doesn't hurt us, right? It's going to be a challenge fastball up and in. Now we're going to go front door slider. And he takes it for strike 3. Pache with a 2-strikeout save. We win a close one. This is the first user-controlled win I think we've had in a while. And it feels good. We hit some home runs. 5 hits, 5 runs. 10 hits for the Reds, but they just couldn't get enough of them when it mattered. Eder got hit around a little bit, but the bullpen was good. I think we only gave up the 1 solo shot after the fact. We took out Dana Funk with the storyline coming in was he was pitching outrageously good, under a 1 ERA in his recent starts. Only goes 4, gives up 4 earned. Jazz goes 1 for 2 with a homer. Eder goes 6 deep. Does allow 8 hits and 2 walks, but only gives up 3 and 6. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Kyle Teal goes, 2 for 3 with 2 doubles. That feels good. And I am actually going to make a slider adjustment. I just feel like we're just fouling off way too many pitches, and if I'm going to do timing-based hitting, this is my rationale. If I'm doing timing-based hitting, that's the only input I have is to time it right, then we should be rewarded when we have good timing. We're playing on like the second hardest difficulty for hitting. Well, I guess third hardest now that they have like the insanity difficulty. It was previously the second hardest difficulty, and we get good timing fastball down the middle, and they're just like fouled back. I understand that that does happen in the MLB, but for the sake of the game, I think I'm just going to lower this by 2 and see how that pans out. So it says increasing fouls, so moving to the right, increases fouls on borderline swings and hits that have landed just fair. More fouls will get batters into deep counts, but also protect them on 2 strikes. Moving the sliders does change our XP for like myself, but I don't care about that. So we will test that out and see how that goes. Did that save? Yeah, it did save. All right, so there's that. Now we have been going for a little bit here. We did our minor league showcase. We played a full game at the major league level, so we are going to go to the draft now, do our scouting. As we only would 1 against Cincinnati, we lose the first 2 versus Boston. All right, so we wanted to test this out to see if the potential moves. It doesn't, but honestly, like David Stone looks good. Like unfortunately, the potential is cheeks, but if you were to get the C potential, obviously the ceiling would be low, but he would be someone maybe at like your last pick is actually probably not that bad. All right, we did discover a new outfielder, and he looks, whoa, Augustin Soto. So the potential's really high, but the contact skills, just the hitting skills in general, very low. Defense and all that looks good. .6'4", 197. I mean, we'll go ahead and scout him. See how we're going on pitchers. Now, James Chow. He went from draft rank 20 to number 1. And the potential's looking really good. Hits per 9 and walks per 9 are both really good. Strikeout maybe a little less so. Good break on his pitches, but not much, I mean, decent velocity. I just really don't like the idea of taking pitcher at number 1. Just because it's so much harder to find value down the board. At the position players. We do need some relievers, though. And we actually have some guys that are relatively high up here, like Jason Bethay. Like, he actually looks freaking elite. Actually, a couple of these guys look really freaking good. That would go crazy to go. I mean, I guess this is our projected round 2, round 3. So let's actually go relief pitcher central, start getting some scouting done there. Would love to find some more outfielders. I don't know if we'll find anyone else. We'll just keep simulating, do our scouting, get to the draft. End of the first half for the minor leagues. Let's actually stop simulating, and I want to take a look at the roster and just see if there's some guys at AA that are ready for AAA and vice versa. But AAA guys are all performing. AA seems to be where they need to be. Steve Wilson struggling, but recent games, 2.7 ERA, 1.3 WHIP, so that's good. The problem with relief pitchers is like their innings are so small. If they just get absolutely blasted for one inning, it just ruins their stats. But the bullpen's looking kind of nasty. Jared Schuster is getting absolutely wrecked at AAA. Let's move him down to AA. Well, how old isn't he? He's 28. Figure it out, man. All right. Henry Davis is progressing. This is someone that we actually gave an extension to because he did come on strong at the end of last year, ended up hitting 230. Not great, right? But for where we're at, that was pretty good. He's struggling really hard versus lefties, but making some improvements versus righties. Overall hitting well, though. Edgar Cuero, still want him to just, like, he's probably the future. Like, Kyle Teal should be, but Edgar Cuero is, like, already almost surpassed him. And maybe you could say, well, if Kyle Teal had stayed in the minors, then maybe he'd be continually progressing, but Corey Lee, and then, of course, we're trying to get rid of Matt Thaiss. Villar, I was hoping for a little bit more out of him, obviously, starting him as a rookie, but he is progressing at least a little bit, especially versus lefties. You never know what next year can hold. Vaughn will drop. Jazz is still can't hit lefties, apparently, but getting better. Rengifo, we know. Lennon Sosa, like, he's 27. I don't know what his ceiling is at C potential, but at the very least, as like a lefty specialist, he has some value. Where is... Who's the player I'm thinking of? There was a guy that we had that... Oh, Brian Ramos. This is who I was looking at. Just absolutely hitting nukes. Maybe not a ton of nukes, but 900... Actually, he is. 900 OPS. His potential went up last year. I mean, if he continues this track at 24 years old, in a couple of years, like, he could be our everyday starter at third. So, don't want to sleep on him. Shortstop, I think we're okay to leave everyone where they are. And I'm actually getting an important phone call, so give me a second. All right. That was my son calling. Want to know if I want to play some Call of Duty. That is the Average Gaming Dad life, right? But anyway, okay, so we looked at the lineups. There's no one at AAA that is absolutely like awful, and no one really at AA that. There are some guys at AA that are crushing, but I'd rather just leave them there and let them continue to crush and progress. So let's keep moving forward. Got a series with Houston here. Deloach at AAA is out 1 to 2 months. We'll put him on the 10-day. Bryce Wilson is just out for a day or two. We're actually going to edit these lineups manually just because sometimes the game can do some crazy stuff. With these lineups. Like, I don't know if they would take Terrell Tatum and make him center fielder. Like, they would put someone random in there and it would absolutely be awful. Okay. And the Athletics, oh my God. Oh, I called it. I literally said, I was like, when I was talking about trading Andrew Vaughn, I said, this is a guy that like the Athletics or something might go for, right? Oh, damn. Okay. So Andrew Vaughn for Michael Otanez. I mean, I love the look of this guy, but that 30 walk per nine that's actually regressing. .28 walks in 40 innings. Whip at 1.5. I mean, the walkout rate, but I think we can do better for Vaughn. I think we can do better for Vaughn. Not a bad trade. And I think if Bryce Wilson pitches the rest of the year close to a 3 RA like he did this year, I am going to up his potential because he's pitching so far above, and like I just don't understand the way the game rewards some players and not others. So we're going to give myself the power to up his potential. I mean, Eder got a potential boost after having a season with a 4.32 ERA and a 1.49 whip. So make that make sense. Although Noah Schultz might actually need to come in and start instead of Eder, who is cold. They're both lefties. They both have like almost identical ratings. Schultz, though, just a little bit better. Cannon struggling as well. But a 1.44 whip is pretty tough. Let's go ahead and swap those two. If you're playing well, you should get rewarded. So we win the series versus Houston. We're on our way to winning a series versus Detroit. We're 8 games back of 500, which is kind of the goal for this year. Austin Soto doesn't look bad. I mean, the potential's there. The overall, if we get on the higher range, which I don't think we will, he looks like he's probably going to be like 40 something, 50 something overall. But the defense and stuff is there, so that's not bad. We did discover another new prospect. A right fielder who is not that good. Okay. I guess if we keep finding them, we will keep trying to discover. And our progress. Jesus. So Jason Bethay, not quite as good as we thought, but the stamina actually looks like it's going to be in the 40s, so he could actually be a long reliever. But the velo, the pitch break, I would like the walk per nine to be a little bit higher, but strikeout, limit home runs is not a bad look. Okay. All right, who else can we find? So if we go to all and go to all, who in theory would be the next guy up? Second baseman Cliff Siddiqui. Thing is, though, right? I really like one of these two shortstops, especially Vina, because he plays second and third. I guess so does Lund. And it's a risk. Wait, doesn't make sense. Sammy Hahn, not drafted, not ranked. Okay, he just randomly disappeared. And since Herb Merced, I know he's projected to be the third ranked player in the draft. But he was also a discovered prospect. So if no one else comes across him, then maybe he falls to the second round. So I feel like, I guess we can look at Sadecki. But I'd really like to find a value add guy down in like the 70-ish range. Like a Jamie Hunter actually doesn't look that bad. Or even a Jensen Pritchett. Or a Dino Sandoval who could drop. Let's look at Dino. Maybe, hopefully, he can also play third or maybe a corner outfield. Because our first baseman is pretty stacked, right? We need to change this to relief pitcher. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So we get to back-to-back series wins. We're 7 games out of 500. Got a chance here. Means has a shutout going late in the game. Finish it off. Let's give it a shot. Only at 70 pitches in the ninth. That's kind of crazy.
High one. Low ball. Hit. 1-2.
Go back to that curveball after seeing 2 high fastballs.
1-1-1.
Wow, why am I in first person mode? Holy moly. That confused me so much.
Hee-haw.
Man, against this lineup, that's actually kind of crazy.
1-1. Break.
Nice. Okay, swinging for Means. 5th of the game. And his last out needs to be Juan Soto. High and deep. And that will be a hit. Now, oh, he's going for 3? I guess I was supposed to be covering the bag there. Yeah, they have hits, so it's not like he just broke up the no-hitter.
No, that's high.
Got him. John Means with a complete game shutout on the New York Mets. Villar goes 2 for 4. And Jose Azocar, who we just traded for, tore his hamstring. And he is out for 1 to 2 months. So we'll start him on the 10-day. And we will need to bring up another outfielder. It's not going to be Suggs because he can't play defense at all. And the contact is not good enough. Could be old man Talkman. He's got discipline. He can at least get on base. Honestly, Jose Franco could probably come in and play corner, but he's injured because he's made of glass. So I think it will be Talkman. And that leaves AAA with like 1 or 2 outfielders. So Varys will come up to AAA. And I think Jim Slade will get his chance at AA. A little worried about those contact skills, but 2 years in single A. He started off in AA and just wasn't hitting, but we'll give him an opportunity. So let's see. I think put Talkman in right, Yikes. Actually, I think we're gonna trust Ruiz, right? He's getting better slowly. I mean, he can be the 9-hole hitter or the 8-hole. And then our left-handing rotation doesn't change at all. I keep saying rotation, I mean lineup. Actually, Bobby Dahlbeck is probably a guy. Yeah, we're going to put... Because I just remembered as soon as I saw his name. Bobby Dahlbeck, he's 31. He's progressing a lot. But, like, he's not going to play for us. And he's playing really well, so he may actually bring some value. And Brian Ramos is 6 years younger and has way better hitting stats. Well, yeah, like the vision, discipline, clutch, better. So let's see if we can trade Dahlbeck. Anyway, lineups. Let's see, Varys can play outfield, and that's fine. There we go. This March goes on. Jim Slade needs to go way down. Okay. When is draft day? 10 days. So we should have one more week of scouting. AAA injury, 1 to 2 weeks. We'll just keep him active. Deloach is eligible to be reinstated, but out for 1 to 2 months. Keep him on the 10-day. All right, we're down 1. We got 2 on. And Rick Oliver, our rookie 18-year-old hero. Whoa. Never mind. He started off hitting 300. He's hitting 215.
Ball.
But he still has 74 clutch.
Tag.
I mean, we know batters have ebbs and flows. He's 18. And there we go. Pokes one out to left. 1 run scores. They're sending the runner around. And he scores. Rick Oliver with a 2-run double for his first hit of the game. And it's just that easy. Put the bat to the ball, drive it out to the gap, score 2, and we take the lead. Renifo up next. We are at 2 outs. The runner on Renifo also with great clutch.
0-1.
4-seam splitter slider. Obviously good one to take a rip out there, but we're okay with being patient.
That's a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ooh, buddy. That one was hit really hard, 111 off the bat. Good splitter there. Good timing on it, though, and we foul it off. Now remember, we did change the sliders for the first time to reduce the foul frequency because we were fouling off ridiculous pitches that we shouldn't foul off. Great pitch. Great pitch. Absolutely dotted on the black away. That was just a great pitch. All right. We are going to simulate. We just play our moment and we move on. And we lose it. Sick. Pache comes in and gives up 2 earned in a third. Gives up 2 on 2 hits. Tough. Because he's actually been playing well this year as a closer. The Blue Jays want Andrew Vaughn, and they want to give us Ben Joyce. I'm inclined to take this. Has outlier. He's only 26. So now we have to ask, does this make sense? He's their second highest rated closer. Obviously, closers aren't like, or relief pitcher, he's not even a closer. But relief pitchers aren't too tremendously valuable in trades, especially when you have a 86 overall, although he is older. So who do they have at first? They have Ryan O'Hearn, who's 33, hitting 250, who they've signed for a 3-year deal, but he's regressing. And he's having a pretty standard season, actually an improvement from last year. Andrew Vaughn is 28, though, and does hit lefties better. After him, they have a 27-year-old but he's 7 overall less. So Andrew Vaughn actually has a higher overall and is obviously not regressing. So maybe they're looking at Ryan O'Hearn like he's old, he's regressing really bad. Andrew Vaughn is young and progressing. So is it the most realistic trade? Maybe not, but it makes sense in this context of the game. So we will accept this trade. But I think what I'll do, can I add a player? I can't. All right, so Blue Jays, Ben Joyce. So what we're going to do, though, just to make it a little bit more realistic, is we are going to go to the Blue Jays. Just past them, I thought. So they want it. They have Brent Rooker. Oh, right. Such an A's move. So they want to give us Ben Joyce, which I really like, especially that his walk per 9 is increasing drastically. And they want Andrew Vaughn. Just to make it a little bit more realistic, we will throw in one of these relief pitchers that we wanted to trade, like a Steve Wilson, who's older and profiles similar to Ben Joyce. Maybe not the velo, right? But the high hit per 9, higher K per 9, has great clutch. But is just not it right now. So we'll make that swap. And that feels a little bit more realistic. So we'll make that trade to the Blue Jays. And that feels good. And Ben Joyce will be middle relief, I think. No. He'll be the setup guy because Antone is getting shelled. Actually, I mean, Pache, his whip is the same. He's just got to be giving up home runs. But only 2. So I don't know. We'll leave him. Ben Joyce will be a middle reliever. That strengthens the pin. The back end of the bullpen looks pretty solid. So I feel pretty good about that. Noah Schultz, in his first game as a starter, he's had two. He goes 5 in his first, only allows 1 earned run, 3 Ks, and his next start goes 6 innings, allows 6 hits, 1 walk, and 6 Ks with 1 earned run. So that's solid stuff. Even though these guys, like, B potential means is old as shit. Okay. So a good deal, I think we got out of that. We're still 7 games behind 500, but we're 6-4 in our last 10. What was our goal? Our goal is to make it 500. So we were, which I don't think we're going to make. But we're on track, I think, to probably beat our record last year. I would like to get to 70, 80 wins. I don't know. We'll see. We're on pace for played 90. We're on pace for like 70 wins. All right. Last week of scouting, and Dino Sandoval actually turned out to be kind of a bust. Potential fell way off. Looks like his overall probably won't be bad, but maybe the potential. I mean, at 114, I think this is actually a solid pick because I think the potential will be higher. I mean, it's guaranteed C potential, which for a backup like is okay. You never know. Let's check our recently scouted relievers. 35%. Let's look at all of them. East, West, International, Central, West, East, Central, East. I feel like a lot of East was in there, so we will go do a week of scouting, relief pitchers in the East. Still looking for a position player around that like 77 mark, and I think there was a catcher we really liked. Yeah, Jamie Hunter. I just feel kind of confident. Maybe that potential falls, but judging by his present ratings, like his overall might be low because his defense probably isn't great, but we'll see. And then in our last week, let's just go ahead and see if we can find some pitchers, international. We'll see. Okay. 13th in contact and 13th in speed. I mean, speed and contact can get you some runs. Even though our pitching isn't ranked high by overall ratings, our pitching is solid across the board. All right. We are going to sim to the draft day. Jose Franco is back. Let's get him in the lineup down at AA. Oh, he can't play defense for shit though, right? Yeah, Suggs is actually, he's getting his contact up. So let's do, Suggs can DH versus righties, and Jose Franco can DH versus lefties. That works. Okay. On to the draft. Jose Azacar, yep, we still know 1 to 2 months. We're just going to do the 10-day in case he comes back, because the difference between 1 month and 2 months is pretty broad. Do we have any all-stars? In all due respect, Bryce Wilson should be an all-star. He just doesn't have very good stamina, so he doesn't get a lot of innings or strikeouts. Penn Murphy as a closer is nice. Obviously no catcher, no first base. Jazz is actually in there for second base. Ruiz is actually somewhat in there for center field somehow. Interesting. His average is, he's hitting .412 in his last 34 at-bats with a .559 slug. Just a doubles machine, 5 doubles and 14 hits in his last 34 at-bats. That's nice. OPS over almost 1,000. That's what we need, but we just need more of that. And no shot to ever get an all-star in right field. Okay. And here we are, the 2027 MLB draft. This is how we roll. We're going to go with our scouted position players first. I wish that there was just a tab for position players, but it is what it is. So we got 1 week of scouting on Jamie Hunter, and he actually looks pretty nice. Pretty much guaranteed. He's probably going to be like a 60 overall with like high C potential. But he's 21 with bad defense, so he falls way down in the draft ranks. But if we can get him at 121, I think that's a big-time steal. So we'll add both those guys to the queue. Rich Ordonez. Fielding's nice. Reaction's nice. Contact skills have a long way to go. I mean, we'll pretty much add most of these guys to the board. The big thing is who will be our #1 overall pick. We looked at a lot of shortstops. Our discovered prospect, Richard Flint, he fell 22 spots, which is not a good sign. But we'll at least throw him on there, on the queue. And Austin Soto, maybe the cousin of Juan Soto. Never know. Has no bat, but the potential's good. So again, if we can, I don't see me taking him at 65, but maybe if he falls to like round 3 or 4, we would take him. And then I don't see myself. We have so much depth at starting pitcher, even though some of these guys obviously like look outrageous. I don't think it can be any of those guys. Position players are just way too valuable. All right, so let me reorder these based off their projected draft rank. Three, 65, 73, 33, 6, 33, 65, 73, 17, 112 and 121. All right, now we have to decide who is going to be our first overall pick. We have the first pick. Once we, select start draft, then it's on, right? We get like 3 minutes to decide. I want to have that decision made already. So Merced obviously is the highest ranked guy on our board. He looks pretty good. You know, probably a high B potential and probably like a 60 something overall. Has speed, has some good defense. It's great. Manny Escobar, we have an 8. Great contact skills. Same thing, probably high B potential with like a 60 overall. Thing is, we actually we have Kyle Teal and we have Quero. So even though it's always good to have hitting catchers, like catchers who can produce some offense, it's just not the highest of need versus like infield, outfield. All right, we got Scotty Salas, who looks really good across the board. Contact, power, on-base skills, defense, and looks to be like a high 60 something overall. Maybe close to 70, but maybe not the upper echelon of potential. But also, 18 and plays the entire infield, which is super valuable. Vina, though, just less power and a little bit weaker defensively, so he probably has better potential, but the overall is going to be a lot lower, which for us, we need guys that can play. And if you get a guy that's like an 80, even the difference between an 89 potential and a 93 potential, like it's a difference between a B to an A, but it's not monumental. And now we're getting into like guys in the 30s. So this is my thought process. I think right now, since Herb Merced is a discovered prospect, that means he has a higher likelihood to fall. I really like Scotty Salas. He looks like he's the closest to an MLB ready shortstop. Likely that's going to have almost guaranteed like B potential. I know it says that he fell, and I don't really know why, but I think he's a solid pick. Is he outrageous, right? Is he not? He's not probably going to be the level that we had last year, but I think Merced will fall because he's not ranked, right? Like, because he was a discovered prospect. So someone has to also have discovered him, which is possible. And honestly, Manny Escobar looks awesome, but we just don't need a catcher right now. So this is it. We'll get Salas, and we hope Merced falls. If he doesn't, that's tough. Then we have some options down the board, and we have some really good starting pitchers. And with that, we will start the 2027 MLB draft. I know, it's your dinner time after I finish the draft. It's a good girl. All right, and the Chicago White Sox, with their third or fourth top 10 pick in a row, and our third here in this series, we are going to go Scotty Salas, the 6'3", 218-pound Middle America man. Scotty from Illinois. 6'3", 218, just downs corn on the cob by the bushel. You're our man. Of course, we have to go through all the rigmarole of signing him, but again, obviously he's not going to have 95 potential, but he looks like he's closest to MLB ready, plays the entire infield, and we're hoping for that upper echelon of that potential. Get close to an A. Second pick of the MLB draft in the year of our Lord 2027 is the next shortstop, Lorenzo Vina. Again, he was the one higher potential, higher ceiling, but probably closer to a 50, a mid 50 overall. So longer way to go. Not what we're looking for. And then Antoine Lund. I believe that was a starting pitcher. He goes number 3. No, 3 shortstops in a row. Now Lund Also, see, I think Lund, I think his rank is getting carried by his defense. And he's probably going to be like a low 60 overall. Like, and probably not that great potential. Our first starting pitcher is Royce who looks amazing. Is going to come out of the gate close to MLB ready, hopefully with a high ceiling from Chinese Taipei. This is normally there's a lot of starting pitchers that go early. There is a lot of position players. And like I said, we still have a chance to also get Herb Merced, which would be great. Because he would, if he was the normal guy that was just in the draft, we'd probably take him first overall. But since he was discovered, we're crossing our fingers that we can get lucky and he falls. Because not only is he, there goes Manny Escobar, the catcher that we really liked. So one of the first players off of our board. I am going to go ahead and sim to our next pick. And Herb Merced is still there. So at 40, we get the third ranked player in the draft, Herb Merced. And he's cheap. His bonus demand is only 1.2 million. He did opt out of the doctor's exam, but that's a risk I think we're willing to make. All right. While these go, I'm going to start looking at some pitchers. Ooh, Frederick, though, that low, super low hit per 9 is not ideal. But, I mean, pretty much guaranteed a potential. But with low hit per 9, low walk per 9, I don't think that plays. Guzman, maybe a little bit better. We'll add him to the queue. Where did he go? Did he just get picked? Okay, who else we got? McCracken, but the hit per 9 is too low. That's really it. Castro, though, be a shot in the dark. Oh my God. I just realized Castro is a discovered prospect with that not ranked and number 9. And he looks outrageously good. So if he isn't discovered by anyone else, he is 100% our pick. Wow. And even Guzman is falling. So I know I said we don't need starting pitcher, but if we can get 3 players that we have ranked in the top 10 in the draft, that would be crazy. And I still like Sandoval, even though the potential's not great. And Jamie Hunter. What else did I miss? Are there any other not ranked guys? No. What about relief pitchers? Well, I like Anderson Cross. Okay. What a find. When is our next pick? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're only 7 picks away. Obviously, we haven't scouted this guy, but like he looks outrageously good. Potentially. If anything, he probably has stamina and velo. Like, look at those pitches. Fastball at 99, changeup at 91, then a curve and a two-seamer. Outrageous. And I think he's going to continue to fall. I am really liking this draft. This might be our best draft yet. This might be our best draft yet. 2 more picks away. I need some water. I'm getting tensed up. Detroit going crazy with 2 compensatory, round 2 compensatory picks. Castro's got to be it. Salvatore Castro. How good is he going to be? We don't really know. But I feel really good about that. All right, so next is 107 and then 137 and 167. Obviously, if we get Guzman, we're going to take him. I mean, actually, we might take Soto just to get a position player. Because we just got 2 starters. Or a new starter. And then I feel really good about Chan. At least they'll have B potential, so we'll go Soto. We'll go Soda, Guzman, Chan. All right, well, Guzman's gone. So, Augustin Soto, likely huge potential, but probably only like a 50 overall, more of a long-term project. But we need, again, at 107, and we're drafting the 65th ranked player, like that is a steal and a half. And again, I think this is going to be the best draft we've ever had. And then Henry Chan, we have him at 124, but he looks like a B potential guy that's like a 60 overall. Decent stats across the board. 5-pitch mix, but he's gone. Damn it. All right, now we only have a minute left. Greg Marks, we had 76 overall, but actually not bad. The hit per 9 and the strikeouts a little low, but the walks per 9, the velo and break is there. 5-pitch mix. Not bad at this spot. 76, and we're taking him at 137th. We'll take him. And our last pick is, I think, probably just all relievers left. So let's just see if we can steal a guy with high potential, or at the very least a guy who looks like he might have some decent ratings. Prioritizing hits per 9 and walks per 9. I mean, Willie De La Rosa looks pretty good. We only have 22 seconds left. But Chad Carlson looks even better. All right, Chad. What a Chad. We'll take a risk there. But every other pick, I feel really confident about. I feel so confident about this draft. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait to see what we snagged. All right, we won't have anyone in the home run derby, so we'll go ahead and skip that. We can't see the rosters. It's annoying. All right. And now we're going to just sim through this month and sign our draft picks. And that will probably be it. We have been live now for going on 4 hours, so plenty of content. Had some fun player control games, had some good moments in there. All right. So we got Scotty, we got Merced. Those are our two guys, right? And then since Castro was a discovered prospect and he's only scouted at 10%, but looks like he should be good, we'll go and scout him just to make sure. We just want to get the motivation up on these guys as fast as we can. And 16 million, we should have plenty of money to play with. The Marlins want TJ Antone, who's old, struggling, but had a phenomenal year last year. So you got to think someone's looking at him and thinking, like, can he bounce back? His whip's just a little high. And giving up a few too many home runs. But we also have a very hitter-friendly park, so that could be part of it. And they want to give us Emilio Pagan, no shot. Just trading old-ass players for old-ass players. We have lost 2, 4, 6, 7 in a row. Not ideal. But maybe these guys are the future. Scotty Salas. He won 7.9 million. That is slot value. No, slot value is 10.57. He wants half of our money. His signing bonus is balanced. I think we can wait. The losing streak continues. Unreal. Let's see if we can just offer him at 8 and see if he'll take it. And he signs. Scotty Salas is a White Sox. Now, in the draft, even though we had him 100% scouted, it said his max potential was 89. Now it says 94. That's kind of crazy. All right. Herb, what a name, only wants 1.2, so we'll offer him 175. He declines. That's okay. Let's take a look at Chad. Get him scouted up as well. The fact that Salvatore Castro, after a couple scouting sessions, his potential is not dropped. So that's pretty exciting. We'll keep simulating. We keep losing. We finally break the losing streak versus the Yankees. We win a close one, 4-3. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 games in a row we lost. I was hoping we'd hit 500. I think that pretty much blows it for us now. So Jazz was an all-star. Which is kind of cool. Yeah, we just still cannot hit the ball. Unfortunate. But, I mean, at least this guy turned out to kind of work. Started off really hot, has obviously cooled off, but at least his on base is good-ish. It's probably the best on the team, besides Jazz, who's actually hitting the ball now. Okay. What's going on? Is our pitching blowing it? Not really. Cannon's a little slow. Means isn't an all-star. The rookie Schultz, though, is doing well. Edder's kind of back on track a little bit. The bullpen, besides Antone, who we're trying to get rid of, and if we can't trade him, we'll just send him to AAA. Pache is actually kind of sucking. Yeah. So I think it's time for Pache to come out. We signed Ben Joyce. He's pitching outrageous. He's going to be the new closer. Wait. No, Penn Murphy was an all-star. Penn Murphy is going to be our closer. Ben Joyce will be our new setup man. Is that why we're just losing all these games? In his last 11 innings, he's given up 15 hits, 4 walks, 2 home runs. It's disgustingly bad. Disgustingly bad. At one time, yeah, 6 blown saves. Not ideal. So maybe that's a big contributing reason. The Padres want Matt Thaiss. I would take virtually anything from Matt Thaiss. They want to give us a rookie, Luis Lara. See potential. He's 22. We need outfielders. He can play defense. Absolutely. Absolutely. Why do you want this trade? That's the next step. Do I want the trade? Yes or no? Second thing, is the computer an idiot? Not really. Matt Thaiss would be their second highest rated catcher. So, ironically enough, this makes a lot of sense. We'll go ahead and accept that trade. And that means Henry Davis hitting .273 is going to come back up to the majors. We're going to have to sign a AAA catcher. Or maybe Cuero goes up to AAA, but I'd rather just keep him in AA so he can keep shelling, crappy pitchers. Who did we get? A right fielder, right? Yeah, Luis Lara. So he'll go down to AAA. And then we're going to go out to free agency, find us a catcher, the youngest one possible. Or maybe just any of them. Do any of them have C potential? 38 overall? I didn't even know that existed. Holy shit. Pardon my language, but that is ridiculous. Do any of these guys have C potential that aren't 1,000 years old? No. All right. And it's going to be Silas Ardone or whatever. You are going to be the meat shield. I just got an update. Tyler Soderstrom for the A's, which is my favorite team in real life, just hit his second 3-run homer. He is leading the league in home runs this year. Unreal. All right, let's peep the lineups. This also gives us a little bit of flexibility because Kyle Teal can play the outfield competently. But we need to check the AAA. Yeah. So the catcher is now going to be Corey Lee. And Luis Lara, who has MLB experience, will be down in AAA. All right, AA is fine. Okay. So we're getting some trades done. We split the series with the Mets. Jose Franco is injured again, but it's just a minor injury. All right. We still got our number 1 guy. Now we need our round 2 guy. He wants 175. His bonus demand is balanced. We'll go up to 19, and he signs. Is Chad Carlson like a generational? No way, right? Oh, definitely not. All right. Who else wants to be a White Sox? Probably none of you guys. Let's see. Let's get our... That. Anyone else motivated to sign? I feel good about this. Let's go ahead and offer. He only wants $500K. We'll offer him $1 million. He signs. Another great thing about discovered prospects is they're cheap as hell because they weren't even in the draft to begin with. We can offer on Soto. He signs. And we can offer on Marks, who also only wants $200K. He decides to sign. So now we just need to get motivation up 6% every day. Should be quick. The Dodgers want TJ Antone. Why? For Michael Kopech? They're the exact same player, except for Kopech is playing in AAA and actually dealing. I mean, I guess I don't know what the point of this is. They're the same overall, except for Kopech is 3 years younger and is playing in the minor leagues. Like, are you saying that Antone's going to come in and pitch instead of him? Like, he's good. Just put him at the major league level. I don't think I would love this to do this, but it's just stupid. So we will pass. We will save the game from brutalizing itself. We need to go on a win streak. We lost 10 in a row. Diamondbacks won Jock. Oh, man. I'd be sad to see Jock go, but he could actually play for a contender, and we could get Alec Thomas. Good defense. Vision is really good. Not great versus lefties. He's okay, but B potential. We need an outfielder. All right, now here's the question. Is the computer an idiot? They have Lourdes Gurriel. So, what do they think? Who's DHing for them? Do they have a DH? I wish I could see their lineup. And then I guess they have Drew Jones down here that they really like. He's faster, but not quite the contact skills. Obviously, they have Corbin Carroll. I just like Encarnacion is like probably better. Do we think they just need a DH? All right, Jock for Alec Thomas. Is there a way to see their lineups? Diamondbacks. Who's DHing for them? Alec Thomas is their DH. So they're giving up a DH to get a much older but much more competent DH. That actually kind of makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. And their other DH options are Tommy Troy, Jack Sawinski, Josh Bell, who we traded to them and did not work out. Now they have Luke Raley in there. And Jordan Lawler. The Diamondbacks. Pardon me, I don't know leagues very well. Diamondbacks are just outside of the hunt, so this actually makes a lot of sense. They're giving away a little bit of the future to make a push for the wild card. So that actually makes a tremendous amount of sense. We get so they're kind of selling their future to try to get a win now. All right, Alec Thomas for Jock Peterson, who is still progressing versus lefties, by the way. And he can't play defense, but obviously he's going to go there, be a DH. He hit well for us this year. I was hoping that maybe, adding what I hope to be 30 home runs, and he's on pace to do about that, maybe more like 25, would help us get closer to our next stepping stone, but it's not. He's not a long-term part, so this makes sense. And we'll go ahead and accept that. All right, so Jock is gone, which means we need a new DH. And so what I think what we're going to do then is we're going to have Rick Oliver DH because he's actually terrible defensively. Alec Thomas can play only center and right. Interesting. So he'll come in and play. Do I want him or Ruiz playing center field? Ruiz has more speed. By a long shot. So we'll leave Ruiz in center, and then Garrett will go play left. Thomas in right. And that probably fits. Let's move Rengifo back up because he's actually he's actually hitting now. Okay. And then versus lefties, Alec Thomas comes in. Rick Oliver is DH. Except for Alec Thomas can't really hit lefties. So maybe this is... Lennon Sosa should be playing versus lefties. He'll play second, third, short. So, yeah, Sosa at shortstop. I don't know how that happened. There must have been an injury. Oliver DH, Sosa. And then he'll go... hit seventh. That's fine. That looks good. We'll take that. Another day to sign draft picks. This should be easy enough. He doesn't watch much. So he signs, and we, I think, had a great draft. The Rangers want Antone for Tyler Rogers. This makes a little bit more sense. Like TJ Antone is younger. Rogers is regressing heavily. And not playing near up to his standard. But I'm looking for a prospect, even if he's not very good. We signed all of our draft picks. All right, we're up one. The dogs are staring a hole in my head like they're going to die if I don't feed them. So I'm going to go feed my dogs real quick. I'll be right back. We'll play this moment, and then we will figure out where our draft was, which I think is going to be our best draft by far in this rebuild. So give me like 30, 40 seconds. I'll be right back.
That's a ball. All one. Aye. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's a ball. Three and two. Three. Ball. Nope. That's inside. Hey! Count full.
Oh my God. I was on mute this entire time. You got to be kidding me. Whoopsies. Damn. I was just saying, uh, Bryce Wilson's been so good, and I think if he continues the year strong, we're going to go ahead and give him a little potential boost. So tough month. We went on a 10-game losing streak, although we won 5 of 6 against New York and San Diego. The Reds went Bobby Dahlbeck for TJ Friedel. Interesting. Friedel's getting paid $8 million plus arbitration next year, so another year of team control. He's not hitting well at all and regressing. Not great defensively either. Intriguing trade. But they have Noelvi Marte, who's younger. And just as good as Bobby Dahlbeck. So maybe first or second they need. Nope. Nope. Short? Nope. Like, where's Dahlbeck going to play? He's just not going to. So we're going to have to decline this trade, although it's an interesting one. Dodgers get Josh Young for Hannes Salazar and Hazu De Paulo, a couple prospects. 18 years old, 72 overall. That's a steal. Okay. Today is the trade deadline. So we have Bobby Dahlbeck and TJ Antone. So TJ Antone, Bobby Dahlbeck. We want a prospect. Let's see what we can get. I'd probably take pretty much anyone. Oh. Dick McGill. What a name. Do we want Dick McGill coming to play for the White Sox? How could we not? Absolutely dealing in AAA. Great across the board. And Blaze Jordan. Another great name. Who's hitting really well. Who is this? The Red Sox? Why do the Red Sox want this? A 72 overall potential 18-year-old. That's crazy. And you think this guy is the best of the three because they only offer one. Interesting. Everson Pereira, great defensively. Good bat. I would love to see a B potential someone in here. That would really tickle my pickle. Trio of candidates here. A relief pitcher, Peter Cato. A pitching clutch, though. A right fielder who's a long way off, but plays every position and plays defense really well. Angel Gano. Shortstop, plays second, third, great defense, long way on the bat, but B potential. For the Guardians, a little interdivision trade. Rafael Cerna-Cruz, B potential, so long way to go on those guys. So this Guardian shortstop actually not bad. Royal second baseman Luke Keyshaw. I would love to take this trade, but it doesn't make sense. Maybe you want... Like, he's already a better batter than Bobby Dahlbeck. Like, I want the trade to make sense, but obviously, like, it needs to benefit us as well. Having a good closing pitcher would be nice. Something we do need. A B potential catcher who's just a long ways off. And a right fielder who plays a ton of different positions. Great defensively. Vision. I actually kind of like this trade. To the Twins. But the Minnesota Twins don't need these guys. Like, I know we're not going to get a lot, but... I mean, 2C potential outfielders. 24 and 23. Like, that's not a super high ceiling. This probably makes the most sense. Daniel Susick. Actually, I mean, a round one guy from 2022. They have Shea Langoliers as an everyday starter, plus Tyler Soderstrom, who in real life is crushing it. He can play catcher. This actually probably makes the most sense. Kalaz has some contact skills, though. And undrafted. Hitting well in the minors. And center fielder Daniel Mateo, also undrafted. But I think this makes the most sense. He's 25. He's still progressing. We don't know what his ceiling is, but he was a round one pick in I guess this is 2027 in this game now, so 5 years ago. He's just now looking like he's close to MLB ready, and he's blocked by guys ahead of him that are just the same age or only a couple years older. So we're going to take this. Daniel Susick for TJ Antone and Bobby Dahlbeck. Bobby actually makes sense to be an athletic. That actually makes sense. So we're going to accept that trade. That clears the trade block and gives us a nice new prospect. Probably need to make some edits here. So Susick will go not at the major league level. But should let's move him down to Double-A. Or we could even consider moving him to Single-A or moving Cuero back to Single-A, but he's already gone so far. I think it'd be a bad idea to move him down now. So Susick at Double-A. And then we need a new reliever. So we're going to bring up Cam Boozer. And then what are we missing? We have, I guess we just need an infielder, probably. But we really don't need an infielder. But I think it's time Brian Ramos gets a shot at AAA. We'll bring up Kyle Duff to Double-A. No, we won't. AAA needs... I don't know what they need. Says they're short a bunch of... Are they missing pitchers or something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relief pitchers. They have 2 catchers. There must be some injuries somewhere. Right, so we're down Azakar, and then they're down Deloach. I guess, yeah, I think it's fine. All right, are the lineups messed up now? All right, so third baseman, Brian Ramos. I'm going to see him in there. Okay, and then Double-A lineups, we're missing. Who's it going to be? Okay. Boozer goes to middle relief. Pin Murphy, god dang. That was his one blown save. Was our one moment with him. Okay, that's all fine. Oh, they don't have a closer. Gus Varlin is pitching like a maniac. He can be the closer. Marcelo Mesa, though, holy. 0.84 ERA, 0.77 whip. Outrageous. All right. And now, the moment I've been waiting for. And I think it's going to be a good one. Our 2027 MLB draft is pretty good. Dang, I really thought we had something crazy here. We don't have an A potential player, but we have 3 guys that are B plus, we'll call it. Chad Carlson actually ended up being a bust. He cost us $250,000. Like, it's fine. He'll walk after a year. That's fine. Well, let's go through it. So in the first pick, we got Scotty Salas. He's a 75 overall at 18 years old with 89 potential. He could start next year if we need him to. I don't think we'll need him to, but he's going to be MLB ready very quickly. Herb Merced is a little bit farther away than what I thought he was going to be, but he has B potential and mid B potential. He's a 64 overall. He has good defense and speed, good contact skills, and on base, which is also what we need. Salvatore Castro. I think this was a guy that we realized was a discovery player. We had him at 70 to 95. We kind of fall halfway in the middle at 82. He's a 63 overall, has great stamina, has great velo. The hit per 9 and walk per 9 are his strong points, which is great. Then we got Agustin Soto, who's a 52 overall with 88 potential. So he's a long way, but we kind of expected that. Greg Marks, another starter with 77 potential, has a long way to go, but again, great stamina, hit per 9 and walk per 9 and home run per 9 are decent to start. Okay. Anybody else? Big winners. 1 second, I have a phone call. All right. All right. So the Royals did good, but these A potential guys are a super long way off. Lorenzo Vina looks pretty nice, 61 overall. That was one of the shortstops we looked at, and we called it higher potential, but a lot farther away from MLB ready. Another shortstop. So there's some high B and like A potential guys, but they're all super low overalls. James Chow looks pretty nice. 67 overall with 93 potential is good. Jeff Hendricks, A closing pitcher. That's like a generational right there. 78 overall with 95 potential. But unfortunately, like, closer is not what we need right now, so we're not even looking there. Curtis Munson, another closer, 67 overall, 93 potential. So, I mean, based off the draft class, I think we kind of came out ahead. There's very few. Ooh, wow. Patrick Frederick, 99 potential with 66 overall, huge K rate. We looked at him, right, but we thought the hit per nine and the walk per nine were too low. So we'll see. There was definitely some good starting pitchers and a few other A potential guys, but they're all a long way from MLB ready. We got guys that are going to be MLB ready faster at like 63, 64, and 75 overall. We got a couple prospect guys, like long prospects like Soto. But all in all, I feel really good about this draft. I feel really good about it. I was kind of hoping we might land in A potential or two, but 89, 88 might as well be A potential, and 86 is not bad. So I think we came out, like I said, really far ahead. I feel great about it. Next stream, we'll probably wrap up these last 2 months, and depending on how they go, we may actually start to do the off season. But that will be it for this one. I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you so much. If you enjoyed it, feel free to leave a like. If you're new, subscribe. The Orioles did not win. Okay. Sorry to hear that, Eric Rose. But that will be it for this one. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.